Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. We're having a wonderful day so far today. And, hopefully my internet doesn't die 2 hours into the stream today. I did get some more sleep than I had last time. And hopefully my internet doesn't die like it did yesterday, so... It's been a fun week so far. We can just jump right into this. I think last time we were trying to beat the arena in Hunter's March and Widow with Bellheart. So let's just jump right into that. That was very loud on my end. Gotta turn both my volume down. Yeah, I gotta make sure I turn my volume down and not just the volume on the stream. Oop, there we go. Yeah, hopefully the fact that I have a little bit more sleep this time helps us out a bunch with actually beating some of these like arenas and whatnot that we were having some struggle with last time. Honestly shouldn't be too terrible if I can just remember how we got there. I seem to remember I probably was not fighting that guy. Oh shoot, that is that's a lot of damage. Gotta remember how to get to the arena and not trigger the trap on the way over. Okay. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff on the way over to the arena as well. And I think we died to that trap at least a couple of times. Yeah, well, watch out for the trap. It's kind of in the way. I think I do want to probably... Yeah, I think I want to start off by just grabbing my health. And then try to play a little bit more cautiously, because these enemies have a decent amount of health. Yeah, these enemies have a decent amount of health, so it would help if I can avoid taking a bunch of unnecessary damage. Okay, it's some flying guys next. It would be very embarrassing if I beat it first try today. Hey, White Soul. Okay, that is a lot of enemies. Ah, shoot. I didn't actually get my healing there. Okay. Kind of figured that was probably what was going to happen. Because gotta also get the... gotta get warmed up a little bit also. This is the first one in Hunter's March, I believe. Yeah, if I beat it first try, I gotta immediately go fight Widow, but never mind. We're not beating it first try. I should not have taken either of those ticks of damage right there. Because these aren't actually that difficult of enemies to beat here. Yeah, I think I had like slightly... We made about 2 hours of attempts against on Widow last time. Why am I fighting that enemy? Yeah, we made about 2 attempts on Widow last stream, and just did not succeed there. Let's not die to the trap. Hey, let's not die to the trap there. So, Widow is still also on the list of enemies to go ahead and beat. Okay. Because that is a much more sane attack to dodge. I say as I proceed to immediately take damage to that attack. Okay. And then use the fact that I can actually heal in the air. Yeah, I don't like the fact that I took a bunch of damage right there. Okay, can I heal once you get out of my way a little bit? Okay. I still don't know the best way to deal with these flying guys, but they are quite good at rapidly burning through my health pool. I think if I keep, but it seems like I can keep moving and just stop dashing into them. That's probably a good starting point, at least. Okay, I can still heal because I'm not actually dead yet. Yeah, I'm still not dead, but I'm also not in a great spot for this. For this phase. Because now I'm just about dead. Yeah, there we go. Hey Dev, welcome to the stream. Yeah, definitely trying to pay attention to the fight while I'm actually fighting. Well, we'll get there. I've heard of a lot of Discord's age verification news, but also every single day it seems like there's like they change their mind about something or another. Be that which provider they're using, how much they're trying to roll it out to people, or what. Because they've been getting a lot of backlash on it and have been getting a massive number of people canceling their Nitro subscriptions. So Discord's been freaking out a little bit. Okay. Yeah, Discord's been slightly freaking out about how much pushback they're getting for their age verification. Yeah, they really do not need, like, any of the stuff that they're asking for. I'm pretty sure that it's just a blatant data grab on Discord's end. Because they think they can get away with it. And they forget that they are not an irreplaceable service. Yeah, Discord always seems to forget that they're not some irreplaceable service that everybody has to use. Okay, yeah. The two attacks that this guy can do, the one where he charges forward and the one where he slashes along the ground, I have a hard time differentiating between those two. Let's not try to face tank a bunch of damage in a game where that just does not ever end well for me. Okay, wait for him to do an attack so I can heal. Okay, try to not get, like, boxed into a corner like I did right there. Okay, can I just focus down one of them to start? I think I can. Ah, shoot. And the fact that literally every AI, or literally every company ever is trying to put AI into every single thing, I legitimately do not know why they decided that AI was the next big thing they'd try to shove everywhere. But yeah. And Discord's winning by convenience, but I think they forgot that people didn't use Discord in the past, and that there's still plenty of Discord alternatives. Because in multiple Discord alternatives have been like getting a massive flood of users. Oop. Let's not dash right into the spikes because I'm trying to read the chat. But yeah. There's definitely alternatives to Discord. Yeah, I mean, you've got everything from just texting, because a lot of people just use Discord to just talk to their friends. You've got texting, you've got multiple different alternative stuff from TeamSpeak to some of these new bits of software, like I think it was Stoat was one of the ones that I seen talked about a lot. But yeah, texting overseas can cost extra money, but there are ways to get around that. Oh, he actually hit me in the air that time. I don't think I've ever had that happen before. Okay, come on. Yeah, these guys seem to be best to like fight like one hit at a time. I should have taken damage there. Yeah, I definitely should have taken damage on that one. Okay, can I... If I focus a little bit more on just not trading blows with the enemy, I think I generally do a bit better, because my instinct is, in a lot of games, just face tank damage. And just face tanking damage does not work well in Silksong. Yeah, because I would rather survive than get hits off, I think needs to be my motto. Yeah, survive instead of taking a bunch of... or instead of dealing damage, because I can get little one-hits off here and there the entire time if I want. But if I stay alive... Yeah, if I can stay alive, then I think wind up in a much better spot. Ah, shoot. I dashed right into that one. Gosh, and also, yeah, the whole RAM shortage, and now apparently there's a hard drive shortage that they're talking about. And stuff similar to RAM, like GPUs, and yeah, those two enemies together are rather painful. Because they both have a lot of health. And both hit pretty hard. Or not necessarily hit pretty hard, but I think you get what I'm trying to say there. Would Hunter's Crests better up slash AoE health? I don't even think I'm using the up slash effectively enough for that part to make a difference. I'm still using the Reaper Crest just because I'm pretty familiar with it at this point. So I'm not like having to fight the crest as well as the enemies. For the most part. Yeah, both those enemies are just like very, very mobile. But yeah, so like there's so many PC part shorts because of AI, and it's like not even good at solving like 90% of the problems they're trying to get you to use it for. But yeah, I think my strategy right now on that last wave that I keep dying on is to try to focus on the enemy that I'm currently fighting, the one on the ground, over the flying one. Yeah, over the flying one, because if I can take out the one on the ground, I can kind of just dodge around the flying enemy as much as I need to. But they're just both super tanky. Yeah, they're both just super tanky and highly mobile. And the flying one throws spears literally everywhere. So it's very hard to not... So like it's very hard to focus on one enemy when there's one of these guys on the screen also. But this phase, if I stay in the air a bit more, seems to generally be a little bit easier. Barring not taking random hits from them throwing stuff at me. And also, I can't pogo on these guys' heads because they're just so tanky. At least I got my healing off there. Because like if I can take out either of them, the other one gets a lot easier. Yeah. Oh yeah, and OpenAI is operating at such a massive negative profit right now. It's not even a profit. They're just operating at such a massive... They say it's a negative profit. They're operating at such a loss that it's amazing they haven't gone under yet. Because it's like, I think the last numbers I heard is that they were like tens of billions of dollars in the negative. Because AI models are extremely expensive to run. So it's not even like it's easy to run these. So who knows? It'll die eventually. But these companies don't want it to die because, well, they have lots of money invested in this. Yeah, the funny thing is that basically every company that's trying to replace people with AI winds up regretting it and having to hire a bunch of people back. Whether or not they're publicly saying that's what they're doing is a different question. But a lot of these companies that have had massive AI layoffs have been, at least in the spaces I'm in, which are the ones that they keep saying everybody's getting replaced in 6 months for the last 3-ish years at this point. It's been, what, like 3-ish years since they've started saying that people who, like, software engineers or programmers or whatever their term for the day is for that field will all be replaced by AI in 6 months. So, yeah, it's still not there. Ah, shoot. I should not have tried to heal right there. Yeah, I should not have tried to heal when I got speared. Okay, I am actually, like, figuring stuff out as I'm doing this. I'm just not figuring it out quite fast enough to like just win easily. Okay, you're gonna throw that at me. Okay, can I move around enough to not die? I think the answer is probably negative. Negative. Yeah, this fight is proving to be... Because, yeah, it's just so much health on those two enemies at the end there. It's just so much... Those two enemies at the end just have so much health. That it's just hard to actually take one of them down. There's just so much stuff going on screen at the same time. Because they both also just, like, move around constantly. Yeah, just super beefy, super mobile enemies with pretty wide attack ranges. Multiple different attack types, so they're not, like, easily predictable. I do think I like my plan of taking out the one who's, like, walking around on the ground more first, because I think that's the one that I'm more likely to take large amounts of hits to. But it is, yeah, that enemy equivalent. But yeah, they're just such a tanky type of enemy here. Especially when you have, like, the ability, or the limited... Because, like, they just take so many hits. It's just so many hits, and, like, you can't even, like... You can't pogo off them because they have a helmet on. But, like, if I take out the guys on the ground first, that at least frees me to not have to think about as many dimensions. I'm gonna not even make it to that fight this time. Because I am just getting... Yeah, I'm just getting blasted. I mean, neither of them, I think, are really placing down a spike trap. Yeah, also don't forget the spell. This is very true. Yeah. And also, like, one of the other big things about AI is how much people treat them like they can never make mistakes when their entire design is literally centered around the fact that they make mistakes because just all the time because they're picking the most average response. And AI hallucination is a major thing that nobody seems to want to talk about. Yeah, nobody seems to ever want to talk about AI hallucination, despite it being a fairly major problem for using them for basically anything. Yeah, basically anything. I mean, I suppose. Like, how are you... What are you going to do when an AI decides that... Or spits out some numbers that it just completely made up? Like, it gets easily web searchable information wrong. I hesitate to say Googleable because half the time Google buries its search results behind an AI response now. Yeah, half the time Google buries its search results behind a hallucinated AI result, so it gets questionable. I am just playing super sloppy all of a sudden. So, like, even Google gets it wrong a bunch of the time now just due to their AI summary feature. So, I can't even, like, trust Google at this point. And I use a different web search or search engine. That was a little bit closer than I would have preferred. Because these enemies just have so much health. Because, like, I can get multiple heals off on one of these guys. Oh, shoot. I'm, like, actually low on health there. Ah, yes. Maybe I really do not know which one I should be focusing on, but I like the idea of my focus being more on the one on the ground. Hollow Knight Silksong. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We are still on this one arena. That is giving me a lot of trouble. Yeah, this arena in Hunter's March is still giving me a lot of trouble. Especially the last phase with the two really, like, just tanky enemies. Just makes it very difficult for me to actually clear the enemies. And also, I'm starting to get a little bit there. Yeah. Yeah, maybe play a bit more carefully. I am getting to the last phase a lot more. I don't know why I tried to fight that guy. I am making it to the last phase more consistently. So it's just tricky. Because like even if I make it to the last phase with full health, I mean, like, I'm definitely getting better. It's just hard to tell when it's gonna add up to enough that I'm actually gonna. That was we say I'm getting better, and then I pull something like that. Which was definitely not optimal play. Okay, come on, do an attack that I can counter. Yeah, we're definitely getting better at it. At the fight, though, it's just so much health. It's just so much health and that these enemies have. And it's just hard for me to track multiple enemies at once. Because, like, in isolation, neither enemy is actually that bad. But when you stick both of them on screen at the same time, I just, like, fall apart because trying to dodge one of their attacks always seems to put me right into the realm that another's attacking from. Okay. But we are getting better at reading their attack patterns and whatnot, so. And it's definitely just a skill issue on my part. I'm not much of one to get mad at a game when I'm getting skill checked by the game, so long as it's a relatively fair feeling skill check. Okay, I do think I want to heal there, so I can at least go into the phase with more health. I say as I then proceed to get absolutely bodied by some of these enemies. Ah, shoot. Imagine they put like a 5-wave gauntlet in there. Oh yeah, I definitely have dash and can dash around and whatnot. So, we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm getting better at it. I'm definitely getting better at it. It's just not the easiest combo. I'm not like instantly dying, and I'm fairly consistently making it to the wave that's giving me the difficulties. But yeah, Yeah, we're getting there. And yeah, improvement. Improvement as we solve. Hopefully this arena doesn't take the entire stream. And actually, I'm gonna assume it won't take the entire stream, because if it starts looking like it'll take the entire stream, I'll probably also go do some Widow attempts. Yeah, trying to keep my cocoon there just leads to me playing really, really poorly against this first enemy. Because I'm trying to focus, because I start to focus too much on keeping my cocoon and not enough on dodging the enemy. Like, if it was like a 9 Souls style, I should not have taken any of those hits. Like, if it was like a 9 Souls style death pickup where you have to, like, interact with it instead of attack it, yeah, I'd totally just keep it there. But it's not. Okay. Heal, I suppose, is probably the best option I have. Okay. We are getting there, though. It does help that I'm, like, generally, for the most part, in most situations, pretty stubborn. I say as I then fall onto an enemy's head and take a bunch of damage, but... Okay, I need to get... I think I need to get better at at least a little bit of the pogo timing. Okay, yeah, because I need to just get better at tracking both enemies at once, so I can not get pinned between them like that, because then I take a lot of hits. If I get pinned between the enemies, I wind up taking a pretty massive amount of damage. But yeah. That is... That wave is just tricky. What if I start it by using Silksong Spirit damaging the enemy and breaking it at the same time? Though phase 1's not really the one that I'm having trouble with. Or round 1. Like, I could definitely start by using Silk Spear. But, like, there's enough between that phase and the phase I'm having trouble with that I don't think it necessarily will put me in a notably better position. I don't think it'll, like, put me in a noticeably better position to start like that, given there's just so much stuff in phase 4. Yeah, don't use Silk Spear enough. Yeah, that's probably true, but also I'm, like, always worried to use Silk Spear because I'm kind of trying to use my silk for healing. Because it's just like trying to use my silk for healing instead of dealing damage, but also, like, if they're dead, then who cares if I'm healing? I don't know. We can try it. I'm also wondering if maybe, like, the throwing tool instead of the spike trap tool might be better. Step 1, let's not die to the first fight. Or the first enemy. This isn't even that hard of an enemy on its own. Yeah, that isn't even like a hard enemy on its own. Yeah, the problem right, Soul, with keeping the cocoon for the later waves is that if I try to keep the cocoon, the mental energy I need to not break the cocoon. Yeah, try silk spearing sometimes. Yeah, I think I've just kind of inadvertently learned that by silk spearing, I then don't have enough health to heal when I need to, or silk to heal when I need to. Because that's what's happened more than once. Okay, get up there. Okay. Because I'm trying to not lose all my, like, shell shards either. But yeah, it might be worth at least giving it a try. But yeah. Yeah, don't use enough spells so arenas last like triple. Yeah. And I also have a already running joke of I forget that spells, if I spent like 90% of Hollow Knight forgetting that spells were a thing that exist. So, so we did beat like 90% of Hollow Knight before I even remembered that, like, or even started really using spells. So it's definitely on brand, even if it's not optimal. Okay, that did make that first phase go at least a little bit faster. Because arena fatigue is also a very real thing. I am playing very sloppily on that phase right now for some reason. I should really not try to tank enemies. That does not work in this game. Yeah, tanking enemies really does not work out in Silksong. Okay, dodge past there, dodge around there. Because, like, I'd like to exit this phase with either full health or near full health. And then not take a bunch of damage in the next phase. Okay, I did get 2 silk spears off there. Okay, this might actually be it. Well, watch me take your advice to use a silk spear and immediately win. That would be pretty funny. Because we took out one of the 2 enemies there. Yeah, that. Yeah, if I'm struggling to dodge the enemies and I can take out the enemies, I don't need to dodge them. Turns out that works. Oh gosh, that arena took quite a while. It turns out Silk Spear does a lot of damage. Turns out I also could just walk right into a bunch of spikes. Okay. Oh, I like the free silk right there. Awesome. That feels good to actually beat. The arena. Because it's not trivial arena. That is definitely a trap. I want to trigger it to just see where it goes. Okay. Because like if I could intentionally trigger a trap safely, yeah, don't heal. If I can internalize healing or not healing until I either have easy enemies or will take a hit that would kill me. Because yeah, if I spend, yeah, that does make sense. Because kind of, okay, there are a lot of traps right there. I say as I proceed to immediately heal anyways, but okay. Because we're also getting some of our stuff back, and we've actually, like, cleared a decent amount. Or we've unlocked a decently sized area here now. Yeah, maybe Silksong will rewire my brain to not heal as much. Maybe. That is possible. Because, I mean, a lot of my, like, does draw to heal constantly does... Okay, that was funny. I like the trap bench. I'm not sure why I didn't expect that. Yeah, I'm not sure why I didn't expect that one. Because, yeah, a lot of my, like, desire to heal is just a product of some of the games I've played. Where, like, healing is generally not tied to your, like, health or your ability to use spells and stuff, because it's usually two separate resources. But yeah. Can also turn off the trap on the bench. Can I open up whatever door this is? I don't know what door this is the problem. I opened up a shortcut to somewhere that I don't know where the shortcut goes to. Oh, I can't. Yeah, I'll go actually turn off the bench trap. How do I do that? Yeah, I don't know if I believe you. Because that just, like, immediately... Oh, there is just a... That is not obvious. Okay, but that does help. That means we now have a checkpoint. That means we now have a checkpoint in the area. Though also Silksong doesn't do the reset. It does more of a respawn on death. Yeah, I don't know where I got a shortcut to here. is not great that I'm still not... still at 1 health. And now I can get Beast Crest. I think that's it. The entire reason we ultimately wound up coming over here was to eventually try to get the Beast Crest. Please don't die to the easier arena. No, I'm just gonna die to the environment instead. Because that's so much better. Okay. Yeah, I should not have had this much trouble with this room. Given that I've fought those enemies in significantly more difficult circumstances, best shop in the game. I'm guessing there's a shop around here somewhere then? I'm also pretty sure I don't... Oh, do I have... I'm back in Deep Docks here. Where am I in Deep Docks? Hold on. I'm up... Oh, I'm over on the right side of Deep Docks. What I'm gonna say is I'm pretty sure I don't even have a... like, healing... Or not healing. A map of Hunter's March yet. But I'm not even in Hunter's March to double check that. Oop. Walk right into spikes. It unsteals my soul. I'm guessing that means that there is a trap up there. Some variety. I don't know why I had such a hard time with that wall jump. Because I'm kind of just trying to make sure I have, or I'm not missing something obvious and useful. Because missing something obvious and useful would make me sad. As I proceed to keep dying to the borderline trivial enemies. Because, yeah, I think that this is... I don't know where I am. This is definitely a new room, though. Because I have not seen whatever that thing is before. What is that? Is it, like, trying to trap me? I think it's trying to trap me. Yeah. Spent 8 hours in the watcher tutorial over the course of 8 streams. At least I'm not... At least I'm not that bad. I don't know what just happened. Where are they taking me? I mean, it's still something that happened. I have no idea where we just got sent to. That is amusing, though. Because I do find it... I do find that amusing, at least. I mean, I guess I now know what's going on there. A lock with the mark of indolent. How do I get out of here, I think is the question. Because, I mean, this is definitely an area. Nope. trap. No Hunter's March. We will go back. I think is gonna be the plan once we figure out where the heck I've found myself now. Because I'm guessing it probably hard saved me into this area. Hey, they've got all my stuff up there. How rude of them. Oh, I like the frost effect, but I think I don't want to freeze to death. Because it looks like I'm going to freeze to death if I spend too much time outside here. Okay, I can't even get through there. And I'm guessing Yip it hard saved me. Okay, this is going to have Heredic. I mean, this is kind of what happened when you randomly wander around. I'm not sure why they sent me to jail, though. I'm not sure what their reasoning for sending me to jail would have been. Yeah, I don't think there was anything over that way. Yeah, we will go back to Hunter's March. I just have to break out of prison first, apparently. Talk to Grindel. Aha, you're looking a little stuck there. What a pity. I think that's my first time I've actually run into them. Or I guess, or unless these were the guys who like were carrying my little caravan at the start. What a pity. We meet again, little thief. Are you familiar with this place? Yeah, we got sent to jail, apparently. If we ally our efforts, our escape could be made that much easier. Oh, you jesting? There ain't no allies in prison. You can just throw yourself against the walls in there while I go sniffing for goodies. Freed him from the jail in the Marrow. Gotcha. A lock with the mark of indolent. I mean, there is definitely a lot of stuff here. I want whatever the item is, but I don't want to deal with the enemies. I want the item. Key of Indolent. Oh, okay. I think I get what the point or what the goal here is. Approximately. Or at least approximately get the goal here. Okay, because we can grab keys. And I suppose that makes sense for a prison. I suppose that makes sense for a prison break. Use key of indolent. I think that's a yes. Yeah, got slightly sidetracked apparently. Ooh, and then this is a pathway to I don't know where. It's a shortcut down here. Can I reuse the keys? Yes, I can. The key does not break. Okay, yeah, good to know. Got to figure out where I'm actually kind of going. I mean, we're already hard saved into this area, so I'm not worried about using a bench. Hoy, we thought one of them buzzing bullies was sneaking up on us, but it's just a mangy jail bug. We got sent to jail. Why you in here then? Caught thieving, were you? Greedy, greedy. Stolen nothing. Rather, I suspect the wardens are servants of the Citadel. The cage they used in my capture bore similar runes to the ones that first brought me to this land. Bound in that cage, I'd have proved a fine gift were they to deliver me to their masters. Pah, there ain't nothing fine about you, jailbug. We recognized a fellow thief soon as we saw you. Now, don't be lingering around here. Those guards will be wanting to pop you back in your cage real quick. They'll not get the chance. I will reclaim my belongings and leave this grim place with haste. Yeah, arrested me on 30 plus counts of skill issue. That seems about right. There is a secret over here, though. I'm not completely unable to find secrets. A husk with a map of the slab etched upon its shell. I like how instead of buying the map while we're in prison, we find it on some body. Yeah, we are like completely isolated over here. Because I'm guessing it's because we don't know where the connector is. Suppose there's worse things than finding some form of progress. Key with or lock with the mark of heretic. So gotta find another key, I'd guess. Come on. You definitely want to fly up here. Yeah, because what I want you to do is I want you to trigger one of these traps for me. Looking at the internet. I got my internet back, and I'm looking at my internet being back, and OBS is still saying no internet. I think it's back. And every time my internet crashes, every time my internet crashes, VTube Studio also crashes on me, and I'm not sure why. I think we're back. But my internet is... My internet's just not great right now for whatever reason. Even compared to normal. I'm guessing this is another... Oh, this one's a key of indolent, so I can unlock this one. Why are there so many traps? Not even like Alabama, it's just bad internet. There's something in this room, but I don't know what. Yeah, probably, I mean, the internet problem is... And the fact that I deal, like, 0 damage does not help. Does not help with this. I suppose it is a relatively interesting way to try to have to deal with arenas. Is by using the traps to fight stuff. So it is cool. But yeah, my internet is sometimes being a little problematic this week. I should really stop walking straight into all the spikes. Yeah, not walking straight into all the spikes would help things. Hey, at least we didn't lose our, like, movement abilities. Not sure how they would have stolen some of those from us. But I'm sure they could have found a way. Okay, how do I get past that? Yeah, just blame the YouTube just blame like some sort of AI somewhere, and you're probably not that far off. Yeah, probably not that far off if you just blame AI for everything. Hopefully I don't need to redo the arena. I don't think I do. Okay. Yeah, I don't need to redo the arena. Because this is Silksong and not any game that just, like, is more of a reset on death. It would help if I could also, like, break my cocoon there. Okay, how do I get up that? Oh, I can still pogo. That would... Can I? Because that doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, that don't seem to be working. And I can't... Okay, I'm guessing I could just jump and dash. But also, I am apparently having a very hard time jumping and dashing. Yeah, can't pogo without the little needle thing. but also apparently can't jump or can't make what I'm assuming is. Yeah, I don't have an excuse there. What I'm assuming is probably a pretty easy jump. Also, why am I jumping off the wall instead of just up the wall? Yeah, like, okay, like that's not even a hard jump. Yeah, that wasn't even a difficult jump, so not sure why that took me like 10 or 20 tries. I don't need the silk spool right now because I just got my cocoon. Okay. Can I please... Oh gosh. Why the frost mechanic? Yeah, it makes sense you can't pogo spikes with your bare hands. I mean, but what if I built different? Yeah, what if I'm just built different? And can pogo spikes with my bare hands. But I'm just assuming if I keep moving, I'll keep finding more bits of, like, worm. Yeah, Hornet, I do suppose Hornet is literally built different. Oh shoot, I am gonna freeze if I'm not careful. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what those guys' whole problem is. Is that the heretic key? No, that's just a rosary string. Ah, shoot, I took a bunch of damage. Gotta find the key so that we can maybe eventually get our stuff back. Oh, I probably should unlock the door while I'm over here. So I don't have to do that roundabout again. Okay, that is literally just a trap for trap's sake. And a bench. I'll take a bench, because we are still breaking out of whatever prison we found ourselves in here. Yeah, just gotta figure out how to break out of this prison. Yeah, I was not expecting a prison sequence if I got caught by that bug. Okay, I've gotta say that is funny at least. Yeah, that is at least funny. Okay, at what point do I prefer healing over damage? I think that would be a good point to make that preference. Oh, it put me back to the normal crest. Yeah, put me back to the normal crest with the diagonal. Ah, shoot. Okay. Yeah, it effectively ripped his head clean off. And I mean, we died because I was maybe not expecting the normal crest there. I was maybe not expecting to be back to normal crest instead of Reaper crest that I had equipped before, but... Ah, well. I probably should have done that the other way around. I like how my Silk Spear just missed every single enemy. There were 3 of them over there. Okay, can I get at least some health back? Okay. And then let's not... That is a lot of lies. I mean, I suppose it's kind of free health. Because they're not actually that difficult to predict where they're going to go. I say they jump into one of them. Okay. Letting those just not get squished. Okay, there we go. It's a remix of Hornet's theme from Hollow Knight 1. I'm not sure I could hear it, but I'll believe you. Lock with the Mark of Heretic. Use the key of Heretic? Yes. Also, before I forget, please give me back my crest that I was using. Silk Spear, that trap. I had Warding Bell. And I think I had Shard Pendant. Yeah, if I remember things exist in games, I'll use them, but it's just a question of, do I remember they exist in games? That is a Mark of Apostate. I probably butchered that word. If I had to guess, I probably butchered that word. Is Grindel still over here? No. Sad. I want to show them. I want to show off my my new upgrades to Grindel. Those enemies actually have a decent amount of health. Like they're not pushovers. Okay, and then we can. Yeah, it was definitely a good use of using spells in the arena there. Okay, we are opening up a lot of doors and stuff as we go down here. Of course, that means that we are now back into more normal combat. Oh, is there a fast travel station here? Wherever here actually is? Or is that a lie? I don't trust that. Yeah, I like how I just like, I don't trust this, but I'm walking in here anyways. Because this might be my... Okay, maybe I should have healed and not use my Silk Spear there, but ah well. If it works out, it works out. Because, I mean, if it's not lying about a fast travel station, and I can unlock it, because I'm guessing I probably need the post-state, that would be my way in and out of here. Yeah. Yeah, prison guards are pretty beefy. Okay, so that is not actually it. Is this another bench? That's another bench. I'm currently following the sign for the fast travel station. So I'm probably broke. I'm not overly broke. Because we kind of got slightly sidetracked from Hunter's March by getting arrested. Yeah, we got slightly sidetracked from Hunter's March by getting sent to prison. But there's definitely still more in the area. But we have at least uncovered our exit point. Mount Faye. So that is an entire area. There's like still multiple entire areas that I haven't cleared yet. But we'll take... Oh gosh, what was the best way to get to Hunter's March? I think it was the Deep Docks one. Yeah, Slab is canonically a space catboy jail. Yeah, friendly bug. Yeah, that is certainly a moment of all time. Because we kind of had stuff I was trying to do still. I'm trying to think of which way... Was the Farfields one maybe in a better spot? No, the Farfields one's not really in a good spot either. Because I think I want to get back to Hunter's March. Yeah, from Deep Docks, I could take that shortcut over here. Also still need to find the map. If you skip rescuing Aera, the slab is a soft lock. That seems poorly designed. Oh, I should have taken the elevator up. That seems like poor design if there's a soft lock that you can trigger that far into the game. Because assuming that is actually... I don't actually remember if it was a skippable. Yeah, I don't remember if Bell Beast was actually skippable. Oh, that's how I recognized all the bugs from outside of that context. Yeah, like, I don't think you're... But still, it seems like you might not want to unintentionally build your game in such a way that... Where am I? It looks like there might be a bench off just to the right here. Okay, yeah. Not supposed to be skippable. Gotcha. If it's not supposed to be skippable, then I think that's probably fine. Why is there an entire room here that I've missed? Hold on. Oh, but that's not an easy, quick room to go mess around in. Yes, if you have to go like that far out of your way to skip Bell Beast, then might be interesting. Also, did the music in the game break? No, it didn't. Because it just got very quiet there for a second. Yeah, that was like an entire unexpected prison break sequence. I wonder if they're still over there. See, they do say that curiosity killed the cat, and I am a cat boy, so... Okay, nope, they're just replaced with normal Hunter's March enemies. Yeah, curiosity did kill the cat. Or in my case, imprisoned the cat in bug jail. I am pretty dang curious a lot of the time. Yeah, got so quiet I just got left alone with my thoughts, and I definitely don't have a map of Hunter's March yet. I would very much appreciate a map of this area. Because, oh, speak of maps. Greetings, Chakra. I had a sense I would find you in these winding tunnels, filled as they are with the marks of combat. Yeah, I can skip Bell Beast. That makes sense. Pashanka, you trust your instincts rightly. The red-shelled warriors who carved out these roads make for excellent opponents indeed. I would gladly spend much time here, testing myself against their blades and cunning traps. But I must keep to my task, as should you. I am flat broke. Do I have enough? Okay, I'm not actually completely flat broke. 70 and it was 60, I think. I think I did my math. I think I'm doing my math correctly. These twisting tunnels hide many worthy opponents, but many traps as well. Watch your footing closely. Because I want both items. Because I like maps, and I like markers. You have purchased the last of the mapping stock for now. Cool. Where are we in the area? We are... Okay, I think I'm going to explore the two rooms up above the bench first. Because I think that the arena... Yeah, I think that the arena for... Like... If I can words today, that would be great. Brain, thank you. I think I might not actually be able to get up there. Because, yeah, I'm trying to just fill out my map at least a little bit. I mean, I will still take some shell shards, given I used up so many of them in the arenas. Or in the arena. I will finally max out again. Okay. Hidden room somewhere. How the heck did I get into that room? Because I knew that there was probably... Because it kind of felt like there might be a hidden something over here, but... There we go. Traps. Those traps are very violent. What is that? Are you friendly? I don't know if you're friendly. That's fine. My apologies, sir. Though I can grasp the language of many bugs, your words are unfamiliar even to me. Muak. Noku. Great. These items you have collected. These are the wares of a warrior. Do you wish to trade? Noku. I cannot read 90% of what that is. I don't know what curved flower or fractured mask would do. But I suppose I now know where that is. Should probably visit the bench in Hunter's March now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, we are definitely too broke for that. Best 2 tools in the early game, by the way. Yeah, probably useful. I'm just super flat broke and not slightly flat broke. Hold on. Did I actually explore this room? Or did I just enter the room and then leave? I don't think I explored this room. I don't know what you are. Somebody's here. Goodness, this is just too embarrassing. Detected even through my perfect cover. What tell? What error? Surely something gave me away. Maybe the fact that I was standing in this room and you were making noises. It was no one thing, young bug. Your disguise is near faultless. I've merely spent a long life being watchful. No, it was definitely one thing. It was definitely one thing of just me walking around and going, oh, and just like making little noises. Gah, then I'll just have to hope the beasts about don't share such keen sight. It'll be so much harder to accomplish my work if I'm detected. Or eaten. Yeah, the allergies. These are dangerous fields, young one, not for casual wandering. What task sees you brave them? A treacherous quest, but a crucial one. Upon the last wish of my father, I've taken up the study of these wild caves. These fields still display life and growth, even as the lands around erode to dust. There is a hot harmony here that eludes the gray wastes above and the dry narrow beside. With time and study, I shall uncover why. See here? This old statue. I've been thinking long on it. What clues it might hold. The clawwork seems beyond the other structures throughout these caves. Who was she, I wonder? To deserve such refined remembrance? Hers is the form of a dancer, and the craft is indeed exquisite. There must once have been more to these ants, before the hauntings snared their shells and minds. This is a long dialogue tree. Conversing is a pleasure, but I must return to my observance. Try not to leave too much of a trail when you leave, please? Okay, yeah, that was a long dialogue tree. Is that... Sounds like this might be a branching, sometimes savable, sometimes not, depending on choices, enemy? Or not enemy. I feel bad for calling them an enemy. Yeah, I definitely feel bad for calling them an enemy there. Oh, it's... I don't like that. I was not expecting that. Okay. Let's go in and actually expecting a fight. Did that guy just do triple damage to me? Did I read that right? Yeah, I think I read that right. That guy does that guy hits hard. Am I planning on ending her myself? Not exactly. Yeah, so many of so like nothing ever seems to survive in these games. It just did double and I was already down 1 health. What did I take 1 damage from? Okay. Something tells me I am going to not survive this arena very well. because of course it has another one of the flying enemies. Yeah, because of course there's both a flying enemy and the one that's, like, actually on the ground. I wonder if using my traps would help. Probably. Yeah, using the traps would probably help as well. Focus on the flying guy first. Because, yeah, if I could take out one of the two, I can survive. but also, that was a lot of damage. This also isn't... I also don't think this is probably where the crest is. Yeah, I highly doubt this is where the crest is also, so... Ah, well. Because, yeah, there's just... I'm just having a hard time not getting lost in the fight. Okay, can I just, like, play this evasively? Negative. Yeah, his jump can snipe me from off screen. Gotcha. Gotcha. That would be useful. But also, the flying guy has so much health. Because every enemy of that variety just seems to have so much health. But it sounds like if I can maybe not miss a second Silk Spear, I'd take out at least a good chunk of his health. Do I fight the two flying guys on the way up? I think I fight the two flying guys on the way up to get max soul, or to get max silk, or to get a bunch of silk. Yeah, I think what I do is I fight these guys for silk, because then I can get multiple Silk Spears off at the start of the fight. Okay, I think that might be the strategy if I just also don't take a bunch of damage from the big guy. Because I'm sure I can beat the big guy if I can take out the flying guy. I'm very confident in that. Yeah, I'm very confident that if I take out the flying guy, I can also take out the big guy. I should not have taken that much damage. I'm sure that they're guarding a good item of some sort. It would also help if I... Okay, I'm just going to go back to the bench. Yeah, it would also help if I stopped missing my Silk Spear. Could the other... Actually, could the other spell maybe be more helpful? The Thread Storm, because... probably a little bit, at least, easier for me to hit. I'm not sure if that's a good play or a bad play, though. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a good play or a bad play, but it is a play. And it is the one I am going to try. Yeah, can also spam the button during the animation to extend it. That might be useful. Because a lot of my difficulty is coming from aiming Silk Spear. A lot of my difficulty is coming from aiming Silk Spear. So if I can make it a bit more of an AoE, that might help. But also, the double damage is spooky. I did not mean to activate all of those. Because I think if I place like one... I think my strategy is going to be to place a trap where that guy comes out of the ceiling. Because then I can... Ah, shoot. Now I'm in one-shot territory. I think if I place a trap where he's going to come out of the ceiling, right before he comes out of the ceiling, and then I can and then I can thread storm him. I'm basically trying to figure out the optimal way to speed run the guy who's gonna the flying guy. Because if I can take out the flying guy, then I'll be very happy. Okay. I may come back to that enemy. Yeah, I may come back to that one, because that is not the primary reason we are here. The primary reason we are here was the arena this side. Because, yeah, because I'm guessing that's just a good item of some sort and not the crest I actually came here for. Also, that is a very large something over here. I'm not sure I like how big that is. Chapel of the Beast. I mean, there's definitely a beast here. Because there's something big. I'm guessing that there is an arena around here somewhere. But yeah, I know where those enemies are now. Actually, you know what I should do? I have about 8 billion types of markers that I can use. I'm going to use the red ones for enemies that I have not... Or for enemies that I'm saving for some point in the future. Or like strong enemies that I know their location. Widow is somewhere around there. Because then I don't forget about the enemies that I'm like saying I'll come back to later. Because I think that arena might be easier if I get the damage upgrade first. Oh. I gotta like move to the side. Okay. Really? Am I gonna die to spikes? I'm so gonna die to the spikes. Yeah, I am so dying to some of these spikes. Or just jump onto the enemies. I have the cloak. Yeah, I do. That is a very, very valid point. I'm not sure why I was trying to time that. But I get so many like little, I just get so many upgrades and stuff that over the course of time that okay, I actually think that the dash might make that part easier for me. Okay. Let's not die on... Let's try to not die again. Yeah, I'm just forgetting everything today. Yeah, that is so much easier. Yeah, that is so much easier than whatever I was trying to do before. Yeah, I like how these enemies are just like also like just getting trapped everywhere. Hey, we never said I wasn't also forgetful. But hey, we unlocked the shortcut. Which is presumably a good thing because this looks like an arena. Hi there. Savage Beast Fly. Oh, you deal double damage. Yeah, try to do Minecraft Dropper and Silksong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I should probably just make sure I don't take a bunch of damage on the way over to the boss arena. Yeah, I should make sure I just don't take a bunch of damage on the way over. I say as I take a bunch of damage on the way over. You know what? I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna use a heal there. Because I have my cocoon that will refill my silk. So it's not the end of the world, I don't think. Yeah, not the end of the world, I don't think. Because this is at least a easy spot to get to. Okay, how does it... How do I read which way it's charging? Because if I can read which way it's charging, I can attack it. I don't have very many... I cannot take very many hits from that. But, like, yeah, I really can't take too many hits from that enemy. Yeah, it's not hard to get to the arena, at least. So, not super concerned. It's always charging horizontally unless it does that up thing. But also when it's charging horizontally, it seems to have a, like, tiny bit of verticality to it. Okay, what is my... Like, what's my attack window on this thing? I think my attack window is when it's vertical. Because I'm suspecting I'm not gonna get great pogos off of it. I mean, I could... It changes verticality a little bit to track my position. Yeah. Suppose I could get pogos off of it as I'm going over. But also, it just hits hard. So I don't have much in the way of wiggle room. Also, I suspect Silk Spear might be better for this one. I'm suspecting Silk Spear might actually be better for this one. Second worst run back? This isn't even a bad run back, is the thing. Because, yeah, that, I think, is my... Yeah, I think my strategy is to, when it does the up attack, is when I can poke it. I have only so much verticality. Because I feel like if I try to do too many pogos on it, I'm gonna just mess myself up. I feel like this would be a good one for Silk Spear, though. I should have healed there. Yeah, this is like a pretty quick run back. I keep saying I think I should have... Oh, that's where the slab is on the map. It's way up there. I think Silk Spear might be better for this fight. Yeah, this is a pretty quick run back. And I'm sure there's... I mean, I've already had multiple worse run backs for boss fights and arenas. But it at least doesn't seem like a overly difficult boss fight. I just need to not mess up as much. Okay, yeah, you're not that... Okay. Yeah, I think I just need to be a little bit better on my timings. Okay, I could definitely get some pogos off there. Yeah, when they're coming at me from across the screen like that, I should be able to actually get a pogo or 2 or 3 off. I'm gonna guess, if I can figure out what my timing is doing wrong there. Because the more times I deal damage, the faster the fight goes. And the less likely I am to just goof. I should have used that as an opportunity to get just away from them. I'm guessing there's a phase 2 that adds something I need to manage. Yep. That would be something I need to manage. Okay, that one is a little bit meaner. Okay, that one is a little bit meaner there. Yeah, that's... What do I think about the Grohl run back? I don't know which boss that is. I don't know which run back you're trying to talk about there, White Soul. Okay, yeah, adding more stuff to the arena definitely makes it harder. But also, I feel like I can manage that. And primarily focus on Savage Beast Fly here. Okay, because I'm getting more time windows when I can attack them. I say as if I'm not now just like running straight into them. You did 2 in a row. You're doing a lot more of the ground pound than you normally would. It's like he doesn't seem like he's actually that tricky of a boss. all things considered. Yeah, it's just... okay. Okay, that is... not too horrible, at least. It is still a boss fight, so it's still going to take me about 8 billion eternities to complete, probably, but... I do think I've figured it out. Okay, apparently we're collecting an item this run back. Because I did not realize there was an item over here. Memory locket. I just jumped way too far. Yeah, if you're gonna have a run back, either have it be like super short, like basically instant, or have it be something interesting. I think I'd agree with you on that one. Yeah, I think I'd agree with not wanting just run backs without really anything going on. Because keep the game interesting. I'm not here for running simulator. But yeah. You know, I'm gonna just get my heel off there while I just have the opportunity to do that easily. I don't know how much health Savage Beast Fly even has. Ah, shoot. I need to be a little bit more careful. Just due to... yeah, just due to the high damage of... oh, if I ignore them, Savage Beastfly will just take them out for me, it looks like. Well, that makes my life about a million times easier. Yeah. Yeah, it's not too bad. And yeah, I mean, most of the time something like a bad run back would be a fixable problem. Because it's not that difficult of a problem to solve. But I think the realization that I can kind of just let Savage Beastfly crush any enemies that it spawns will make it fair bit easier. Okay. And I'm guessing that this is the guardian of whatever crest we came out here to actually grab. I am still apparently very bad at actually hitting a lot of these pogos. Because I need to pogo, or I need to start the pogo earlier than I'm expecting if I want it to actually hit. Then yeah, just stay. Stay away from the... Oh, I probably should have... Yeah, stay away from Beast Fly because the contact damage is insane and I need enough time to be able to actually get my dodge going. Yeah, I need enough time to actually be able to read if I need to jump or not. Ah, shoot. Yeah, Team Cherry, creators of a game. Or the game. I think my reading of a game is slightly funnier. Yeah, the TC boss, the super secret boss. I don't have an excuse there. Yeah, I think that staying a little bit more towards opposite side of the arena from Beast Fly is the strat. Yeah, Threadstorm would be more useful to clean up the enemies, but also it kind of cleans up the enemies itself. So I'm not sure if I'm actually that concerned about it. Because it just smushes a lot of the enemies when it does this attack anyways. Yeah, a lot of it is just I'm missing... I'm like reading that I need to jump, and then I'm just not jumping high enough. Ah, shoot. Like, it is squishing a lot of the enemies itself, but also... I don't know, maybe. the collector thought him for... Maybe it is... Maybe Threadstorm would be better. I don't know, it's not a super difficult fight, I don't think. I just keep not jumping correctly. Because I keep doing like these short little jumps instead of these big jumps. Because I think why one of the reasons I keep taking damage is I'm just not hitting. Yeah, I'm just not hitting the jump button quite long enough. Which is certainly an embarrassing reason to take damages not jumping enough. I mean, but also, it's not like Silksong is an easy game either. they put quite a bit into the difficulty of the game. I mean, I have full health, so why not deal a little, get some damage off? I should be more careful. Because I can... Okay, you are going to drop another enemy down. And I'm gonna get stuck in the corner between you and the wall. You're gonna drop an enemy? No? You're gonna give me some healing. Okay, that was a bad heal thing there. Also with the 5-second intro cutscene thing, automatically go lower just because it's annoying to always watch. Yeah. Yeah. The more... Because, like, the thing is, like, difficulty isn't annoying on its own. Difficulty with a long iteration time, I think, is what annoys a lot of players in games. So, highly difficult attempts take 5 seconds and have no delay between them, versus easier, but there's a long delay between attempts, or the attempts take a long time to know if you're going to win or not. I definitely could have gotten an attack off on that one. And we still don't have a way to upgrade my damage output. Because, like, this would be significantly easier if I had a way to upgrade my damage output already. It's not that difficult of a... Yeah, 30-second... And I mean, a 30-second run back does at least have something you're doing, so it's not just an idle skill-based, or an idle non-skill-based little mini challenge. Because, I mean, this would definitely be easier if I had damage, but I can't seem to beat our friend Widow, who is blocking my damage upgrades. Because, like, Savage Beastfly is not... But, like, there is not anything in this fight that I've seen so far that's actually that difficult. It's just literally me being bad. It's literally just a skill issue of me being bad and not actually any real level of difficulty. Yes, that's such a fun and great boss. Like, it's not... Because I'm guessing that it's guarding the crest, which I want. But I'm also guessing that this would be significantly easier were I to be able to beat Widow. Oop, I just gotta wait for my internet to not be dying on me as well. My internet appears to be dying again, at least for a moment there. Ah, shoot. Starting off with damage is not great on this fight because it's really easy to not take, or it should be really easy to not take damage. Like, that's not that difficult. Like, those are like some massive timing windows. Yeah, it's like just some... I think that's like one of the only enemies that's like actually tricky is if it spawns one of those spinny blade guys. Then yeah, just the more damage I deal, the faster I can take it out. I should really not be having this much trouble with the boss. Oh shoot, I am in one-shot territory. Let's heal. Get out of one-shot territory because that is not where I like to be. Okay. And now it's dropping 2, and it spawns one of the ones that's, like, instant death for me. Ah, shoot. Yeah, hitting it as often as possible while it's stunned. It's a good point, yeah. Yeah, this beast fly is kind of savage. But I think that's the furthest we've made it so far. Was when it was, because that's the first time I've seen it spawn 2 enemies at once instead of just 1. Yeah. Yeah, but both the items I want are locked behind bosses. If I beat this boss, I should check my hunter's journal. I will probably forget by then, but... Because, yeah, I mean, the more damage I deal... Okay, I still need to try to do my down pogos just a like split second earlier. Because it's really just a timing thing. Of course, he's gonna like hover up out of my easy attack. I tried to attack more than once. Ah, shoot. That one, I have no excuses. I am in one-shot territory, and I do not like being in one-shot territory. Yeah, I do not like being in one-shot territory on boss fights. Or in general. Yeah, it's not even like a boss fight specific thing. Okay. I think I am getting a little bit more consistent, though. I think I am getting more consistent. I feel like the best way for me, at least a lot of the time, to fight like bosses or other things that are giving me more than like 2 attempts to beat vibes are to occasionally switch between them. So after at least a little bit here, may go try our friend Widow as well. Just trying to keep a mix of different bosses and whatnot going so that my brain can be processing one of them kind of in the background. Games are expensive. Like, I do process a lot of stuff while I'm just like not actively fighting the boss, which is why a lot of the times, or like doing the platform challenge or whatnot, which is why a lot of the times if I like spend an entire stream on like one boss, I beat it within like the first 20 minutes of the next stream. Just because I've had a whole bunch of time to just process it. Yeah, indie games are a lot cheaper. And 99% of games I play are usually indie games. There's very few, like, non-indie games that I even find interesting. Because so many big games, like, I don't have any sort of brand loyalty for most larger games. There are a couple that I have at least some level of brand loyalty for, just because I play a lot of games. But in general, and then a lot of them are just like pretty slop, so there's not a great reason, especially nowadays, there's not a great reason for me to care. Of course, that's where it drops from. Ah, shoot. Yeah. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove for 40 with all the DLCs. That's not horrible. I do definitely have some expensive games in my library, but I also have just a lot of games in my Steam library. To the point where, yeah, how many games I have somewhere in, like, on my Steam account, I have over 3 million Steam points. for just scale. Because Steam points you get are the things you get when you buy a game. And I have over 3 million of them in total. Which is, I'll let you do the math. Granted, a lot of those are, like, I also have a really old Steam account, so that does play into it also, because their conversion rate for, like, money to Steam points has changed over time. Can't remember what it is right now. I think it's 10 to the dollar right now. But it used to be, like, you used to be able to get, like, 50 or 100 Steam points to the dollar in that points in the past. I didn't get my heal off, but I didn't die? Okay, never mind, I did die. Yeah, if games cost too much... What was it that, like, Gabe Newell, the Steam guy, said? Is that piracy's almost always either a service... is almost always a service problem, but also, like, the other point that piracy becomes a major thing that people do with games is when it's just like, it costs 3 months of my salary to buy one game. Didn't die yet. Keyword there is the yet. I have the tendency to pick up and play some of the, or just difficult games. I think like 2/3 of my Steam library are games that have the difficult tag applied to them. I got 0 off on that stun. So I play a lot of very tricky games. But that's also the type of game I find most enjoyable, is when I'm spending all my time bashing my head against the game for no real reason. Because I like how I can use the boss to clean up some of his own allies. Yeah, like most of the time, people are going to pirate a game because there is no reasonable way for them to get it legally. I do not count, oh, you want to play an old Nintendo game? Fly halfway around the world to pick it up from some store somewhere. That is not a great position to be in. Yeah. Yeah, I also don't like subscriptions for things. So that is an entirely reasonable thing to complain about. Usually a lot of my subscriptions are just for like... Not like... I have a subscription for like a weather app that I use a lot because it has just significantly higher quality than I can get from reading a public forecast just due to how they develop their custom models. But it's also pretty cheap. I use it and they're actually like doing something every time I use the app of running and like doing a bunch of math on the weather models for me, but I'm not going to do a subscription for a game or something else that reasonably should be a one-time purchase. This is not everything needs to be a one-time purchase. Or not everything is a one-time purchase because some things do actually have like hosting costs. So like if I'm playing like an online, or if I'm like doing something like online where it's like, okay, they need to pay their server costs because I'm using, or because I'm like renting it. But yeah, I am in one-shot territory and I do not like being in one-shot territory. Okay. But yeah, I don't think I'm describing my opinion on subscriptions very well. If your subscription is for something that has no ongoing costs for you. You are greedy and are trying to just get money. If your subscription is for something that does have, like, ongoing regular costs, and your subscription is reasonably priced based off of those costs. Yeah. Like, with the weather service, I get, like, sure, I could use the free weather forecasts because they're basically every government out there has some sort of free weather service. But I continuously get significantly better quality weather data out of the one that I use, and it's a continuous thing. And another thing I like for subscriptions that I have to buy is I always like the companies that if I have a subscription, like a 1-year subscription that renews every year, if like a week before it auto renews and bills my credit card, they just send me a little, hey, we're gonna renew your subscription here in a week. If you don't want us to renew your subscription here in a week, click this easy to click button to cancel. Builds up a lot of goodwill for me as a customer. If they just are like, hey, we're gonna bill you in a week. If you don't want this, click here to cancel. And it's just like one click cancel. Easy. No drama, nothing like that. Because instead of just assuming you're gonna remember that you have a subscription that renews every year. Yeah, it's not legally required everywhere is the thing. So for places where it's not legally required, the companies that choose to do it anyways get a lot of goodwill in my book for being nice. I think it's legally required in a lot of Europe, but not a lot of like the Americas or not as much in the Americas or Asia. In my experience, at least. Yeah, that's at least my experience, is that it's much more common to be a legal requirement in places in Europe than outside of Europe, because Europe has decent consumer protection laws compared to a lot of the rest of the world. Belgium. Yeah, so probably so like I said, kind of figured probably somewhere in Europe. I died in a boss fight. Yeah, you can't make a conscious choice if you don't know about the subscription. Yeah, and a lot of the world, they sign you up for a subscription and then just never remind you about it. Because it's like, if you have a subscription for anything that you purchased on an iPhone, it will only show up on your credit card statement as apple.com/bill. And a lot of the time, it won't even like send you a email receipt. So if you're not checking your credit card statement, you won't even know it exists. And that is, I think, very, very not cool. Because that makes it very hard to even, because you don't even know what to cancel at that point. And it's like super hard to track it down. It's like buried in some fine print somewhere, probably, maybe. I jumped straight into the boss right there. I mean, I suppose that did get me one more health, but also one more health is not that much more health. Oh yeah, Apple would totally offer you a lifetime contract with no cancel option. Google would also do that. I think most big tech or most big US tech companies would do that if they thought they could get away with it. But most of the time, contracts need to be some level of cancelable or voidable. I mean, as far as US subscription services go, you do get stuff like Adobe, who I'm sure anybody who's ever had to deal with Adobe subscriptions knows. Yeah, anybody who's had to deal with Adobe subscription, I'm sure, is very well aware of the Adobe model of like $90 a month for 3 years, and if you cancel early, it's like $5,000. And the fact that that is considered totally legal. If it would stop spawning this particular type of enemy, I'd be so happy. Because that is like the one type of enemy that I really have been struggling to deal with. You get iframes in this game. I just learned that that you get a couple of iframes because he definitely charged right through me right there. But because I took the 1 damage hit off of that guy, I survived. Yeah, it's not enough iframes to matter 95% of the time, I bet, but... you do get some number of iframes. Ah, shoot, I jumped right into it there. Well, I didn't hear about Amazon trying to pay people with company script at any point, but I would totally believe that one. I'm gonna give Savage Beast Fly probably at least probably 3 more attempts, and then I'm gonna go do a couple of attempts on Widow, and then go from there. Because it would be very nice if I had the health, or if I had the damage upgrade that's supposedly locked behind Widow here. Because that would just make the fight go faster. And make it a little bit easier to deal with some of these enemies that he's spawning, because I'm assuming that the boss scales, but the enemies don't. And I'm guessing that boss health probably scales with damage, but the minion health does not. Ah, shoot. Yeah. Companies are always, or a lot of companies tend to try to get as close to breaking the law as they can without it costing more than the fine, or without their profits being lower than the fines that they get for breaking the rules. Yeah. Boss health doesn't scale. That would even make it even easier if boss health doesn't scale. I just remember that in Hollow Knight, boss health scaled, but minion health didn't. Because, I mean, being able to do even like a couple, like a little bit more damage would make this fight significantly easier. I just don't know at what points it's... I don't know how much damage I'm dealing right now to start with. so I don't know how much additional damage I'd be upgrading to, or what the percent change there would be. I jumped straight into Savage Beastfly right there. Because for all I know, I could be doing like 100 damage and then the first damage upgrade is 103. Or I could be doing 1 damage and the first damage upgrade is also 3. So I have no sense of scale on that. Yeah, who's savaging the beast fly? But yeah, it doesn't... Generally, I should not have attacked them because now I am dead. Yep. I should have attacked them so that they could get squished instead. Yeah, I'll give Savage Beastfly probably one more go and then go try Widow a couple of times. You know, mix it up a little bit. Add some variety. Add some variety to the just endless chain of boss fights in arenas. More like Savage Minion Fly. Kinda, yeah. My damage will very nearly double. That would be exceptionally nice. Yeah, that would be exceptionally nice to have functionally doubled the damage. So, yeah, I'm gonna give, like I said, I'm gonna give the Savage Beastfly this attempt. If I don't beat it, because I mean, I might wind up beating it. It's not like I'm just like not actually trying. Yeah, I'm like still actually trying. But yeah, dealing double damage or nearly double damage. If I could take like one hit off of each minion, which nearly double damage should almost certainly do, I'd be happy with. I'd be very happy with that. Yeah, I'd be very happy with, like, 1 or 2 less hits on minions. On the Beastfly minions here. I should not have survived that one without taking damage. Yeah, definitely not. I definitely don't just... I'm not just gonna give up. Because I want the crest. I should also remember that my spells exist. Especially because I think I'm starting to get into one of the later phases where it's going to start spawning 2 at a time. I dealt around enough damage for that. Ah, shoot. Okay. Yeah, don't forget to season your food with a plenty of Savage Beastfly and a touch of Widow. Okay, I am going to do some attempts of Widow now, but I need to make sure I use my little marker. That is a boss over there. Okay, I gotta figure out how to get out of this area also. Oh, that is a long ways out of this area. Down, left. Yeah, down and then like a bunch of left. Is what it looks like. Yeah, then I gotta drop down through here. Time for bleh. Okay. Time for just walking straight into spikes, apparently. Okay, because there is a bench here. Deep docks is to the left. I'm trying to figure out where I am on the map. / the fastest route down. I think if I go through this room is probably fast, or at least not horribly slow. Yeah, I think this room is at least not going to be horribly slow to go through. Assuming I don't die to some common enemy on the way from just not paying attention. And then it would be like down and then left. Try to not die from playing too non-cautiously. Yeah, definitely marking it on the map. You're already sitting here. Why do I have to call you? Yes, Bellheart. Because yeah, getting more damage would be nice. But Widow is hard. Yeah, more damage is nice. Widow is difficult to fight. Farfields and deep docks basically be perfectly the same distance away. Yeah. Yeah. I think I like the deep docks one more, though. I also don't think we ever figured out if I ever figured out if you guys were just pulling my leg about it being important to keep that bench in Bellheart when fighting Widow. Or maybe because I think we've always been just like looping back through this entire room, which does add a bit of time to every single attempt. But yeah, no benefit to using the Bellheart bench. Somebody said there was at one point. Because this bench is about 1,000 times faster to get to. Yeah, so it must have been told, because that bench is significantly faster to get to. Trying to remember the best route through this area. Yeah. There's a 60% chance for a thing to happen when you reload the game on Bellheart. So it doesn't necessarily need to be that bench before this fight, then, is what I'm hearing. I think I wanted Silk Spear and not Threadstorm, but I also do not remember 90% of the fight. Oh, you're the one who throws the stuff across the screen. Right. Now I remember the fight. I had kind of maybe forgotten what Widow's fight looks like. Because it's been a little while. Okay. Can I please not die? Yeah, get warmed back up for the fight. And remember all the different things I have to keep track of. But also making it back to this phase, like, functionally first try is not too bad, I think. I had just kind of forgotten about the Widow fight. At least a little bit. Okay, I definitely should have used a spell there, I think. But I'm also not mad that I didn't, because that gives me healing. And yeah, just remembering what the fight is useful. And then we were having trouble with phase 3, I think, is the one that we were having the difficulties with. Yeah, we were having trouble with phase 3. Because Widow was suddenly throwing a lot of stuff at me. Okay, that died. I died there. Yeah, playing specifically before I beat Widow. Haven't seen whatever it is then. Yeah, definitely a little bit easier when I'm not also, like, super sleep deprived. Because, I mean, phase 3 is still tricky. Yeah, I'd say phase 3 is still definitely tricky. I meant to swap to Silk Spear. Right, I need to remember the attack patterns. Oh, that is actually not that bad to dodge. Why was I having such a hard time dodging that last time? Yeah, I'm definitely getting a lot better reads today than I was last attempt on just the attacks. Yeah, it turns out sleeping is helpful. Because, yeah, like, that's not actually that difficult of an attack to dodge. Neither's that. Okay, let's still not die to something just silly. But yeah, I'm definitely getting better reads on the boss this time around. Or reading the boss better. And also the trajectories of things bouncing. Fortunately, they got stunned right in the middle of Chaos Zone. But yeah, definitely feels a heck of a lot easier. Okay. Wouldn't the Hollow Knight movement crest be better here since they stand still on my hits are fast with whatever? Maybe? It might be a bit better. But I do like the... You know, I'm just going to run back to the bench. Because because it's right there. And that was a silly damage. I can give it a couple tries with the Wanderer crest. Yeah, I can give it a couple of tries with the Wanderer crest if I can remember where the crest change option is. And then we... Oh, but then we don't have the warning bell, but I don't think I actually care. I don't think I actually care. Because, yeah, that is faster. We'll give it. Yeah, we'll give it. We'll give it a shot or two with this one. Yeah, it's easy to land hits with Reaper. But it does not. But yeah, it definitely is slow. I can unlock those notches with Memory Locket. Might try that then here because I got a Memory Locket. Yeah. Same pose she uses when healing Crestless into Slab. Interesting. Because, like, we're not doing... Because, yeah, a lot of it is just... Oh, that is way faster on the damage. Because I'm not really using the pogo that much. Yeah, I'm not really pogoing anything. I do have to get a little bit closer. I should not have run right into the middle of that attack. But yeah, that is... Yeah, that is significantly higher DPS for this fight. Let's not jump right into Widow's attack path there. And then I can jump over that attack. Because yeah, Widow really does just stand still for basically any point where I'm actually able to deal damage. Okay, heal. Yeah, that is... I think maybe a little bit of a more correct play. It would help if I wasn't, like, being just silly to taking damage there. But yeah, that was... I think that went a lot better. Expand crest. That would give me a circle. That would give me a blue. But then I can't use it to expand one of my other crests. What are this one? This one gives me another blue, yellow, and red? That one has 2 traps. You know, I don't think the warding bell's actually that useful for this fight. Yeah, I'm gonna go with not yet. Enough lockets in the game for all crests. Yeah, I'm sure there are. I just think I might... There's still a finite... I'm going back to the bench. Yeah, there's just still a finite resource, so... For me right now, because I only have the one. Yeah, that was a slightly embarrassing display of running back to the boss. Okay, jump up there, jump over that, run past the stick bugs. But yeah, the faster damage definitely seems to be the play. Because, yeah, being able to beat... What the heck was that start to the fight? I have never seen that much in Phase 1 before. Yeah, I've never seen anywhere close to that much getting dropped out of the ceiling in Phase 1 in one rapid shot. Okay. It's like, a lot of these really aren't that difficult to do. I also actually have Silk Spear equipped now. Okay. Ah, I got clipped by that attack. Honestly, I think that's probably fine. Yeah, I honestly think that's fine. Yeah, just being able to get a couple more hits off at a time is super useful. Oh, stay out of the middle where everything is falling. Okay. Okay, you're just gonna run it over there. And I'm also remembering that I have the drifting cloak now. So remembering I have the drift cloak, also quite helpful. I really just need to not get hit by that attack. And I'll be like in pretty good shape, I think. Ah, shoot. Also remember I have tools. Actually, that is a good point. I have tools. I think the straight pin might be the one I'm going to prefer for this fight. Because Widow doesn't seem to really have a movement pattern that implies to me that they'd get stuck for the spike trap to work. But the throwing needle doesn't need that. Yeah, the throwing needle doesn't need them to get stuck anywhere. It just... Yeah, because, like, it would not... Yeah, it doesn't seem like Spike Trap would be super useful in this fight. I thought I was far enough up the wall there. Okay, this might not be the attempt. Just because I got a really bad couple of reads there. But also, never give up till you're actually dead. I learned some things from playing games. It's just, I also learned some not entirely valid lessons. Okay. Because I can get through the first two phases pretty easily without using the traps. So I think I'd prefer to use the traps for the phase I have. I say as I'm taking a bunch of damage and dying to phase 2. You recommend the brass throwing spear thingy? Long pin? This one? I don't think I've ever actually used it. Interesting. I don't think I've ever actually used this trap. So we can give it a shot. Yeah, we can give it a shot. I just don't think I've ever actually used it. So I had to like figure out what it actually does. But yeah, I think I'm going to save the traps mostly for phase 3. Because if I don't misread the first phases, they're not actually that difficult. I just need to not completely misread things. Also, wow. Please do an attack that I can actually, like, hit you during. Yeah, like, I'm not a huge fan of using the Hollow Knight movement because it's like I've played Hollow Knight. I don't need to play more Hollow Knight. But it also seems to be doing pretty well in the Widow fight, at least. Just due to being actually pretty high damage output there. yeah, pretty high damage output. Yeah, because yeah, it's just fast. I think is what I like about it. But also, wow, those attacks do not go very far. I'm pretty sure I played almost all of Hollow Knight also with like some variant of the long nail. I'm pretty sure I played like all of Hollow Knight with. Does it do the same? Because I can knock the bells around. Because I can just heal right there. Ah, shoot. That was close. Yeah, I think if they do the same damage, I'm probably gonna switch back to the straight pin just because I think it's a little bit easier. A little bit easier to use, given it's only one target. I feel like I got pretty close that time. Straight pin would be blocked. But I'm also not really using it when there'd be, like, a ton of stuff on the screen. I don't know. I'm going to probably just keep switching back and forth between which one I think I want to use. But we definitely got... But definitely feels like we got pretty close that time around. Because I got quite a bit further in phase 3 than I normally do. Yeah, because definitely got a lot further in phase 3 than I normally have been, so we're going in the right direction with figuring out the fight. Yeah, definitely figuring stuff out. I don't think they do. I don't think Widow's does that bell along the floor attack in phase 3. I think it's just the run across the floor that does the double damage. And then flinging about 8 billion bells in my face. Okay, come on. There we go. I'm going to go into phase with Long Pin's good in arenas because Pierce. Yeah, piercing damage is powerful. Read the attacks. Read the attacks and have some patience. Yeah, if I show a little bit of patience. Because now you're gonna run across the floor. And then you're gonna run across the floor again. But I can heal. And then I can jump over you. Ah, shoot. Okay, that ping I got is a crit. Oh, so that's what that is. I also completely forgot to use my straight nail, but I think I'm feeling pretty good about the fight now. And how to handle phase 3. The number of times I've taken damage to that spike right there. But I can heal such a middle figure because she can't. Well, that sounds like a skill issue. I just don't know how many hits I have to actually pull off on phase 3. So I don't know if I'm like 20% of the way through the health pool or like 90% of the way through the health pool. Okay, perhaps I just do a quick heal right there. Oh gosh. Really? You're gonna attack me like that? Okay, that got very sloppy right there for a second. I am very floaty, even without, like, specifically using one of my, like, more floaty attacks. But, like, even without using my billowing cape, my attacks are, or my jumps are still a lot floatier than I think they are. Ah, shoot. When I can't win even with the power of healing. Yeah, so she uses the silk on the... Is that what the needles or spike things on Widow are? Yeah, I'm definitely... I think I've definitely made the mental connections I need in order to win the fight. I just need to get a run where I don't misread too many things. Because if I take too many just random one-off hits, I will still die. So yeah, it does help if I can just bash around a bit more. But I think that being patient on phase 3 is the strat that I was or part of the strat that I was missing. Because it's definitely feeling easier to me. I just need to not take about 8 billion damage from getting caught in some of these attacks. Okay. Because yeah, the one that does double damage is a little bit annoying. Okay. Get that. Because I can jump over it though. And I had kind of been missing that I could actually make a jump over some of those attacks. Okay, there we go. That was slightly suboptimal. And then get a heal off before the phase starts. Are you gonna run across at me? Yes, you are. Can I get a spot with a heal? No. Basically a mutilated weaver. Some of those bells look almost like something's faces. That is spoilered. Don't know if the bells look like faces, but yeah. Just parry, lol. Yeah. Yeah, that would help if I could actually remember or figure out the parry timing consistently. But I think... yeah, it feels a lot... It feels doable. Yeah, like the whole fight here feels pretty doable to me at this point. So I'm not super concerned. Because like, first couple rounds definitely felt pretty unreasonable to me. That was an embarrassing amount of damage to take while the enemy was stunned. And taking a bunch of damage to a stunned enemy is always slightly embarrassing. Okay. Okay. We're getting there. We're figuring it out. Yeah, we're definitely figuring it out here. Okay, apparently it was a good thing I didn't heal at the start of the fight, because I'm gonna... Okay, I cannot go up in the air on that fight. Yeah, because that's the problem, is that if I try to parry it, there's about a 90% chance I'm gonna just take 2 damage instead. And I do not think that that is an equivalent exchange. Yeah, I don't think that taking about 8 billion damage is an equivalent exchange for maybe not having to move. I got my heal off there, though. Ah, shoot. Yeah, dodge more than I attack. Yeah, phase 3, I think the more focus I place on just staying out of the way of the bells, the better I seem to do. And then just attack when I have a good window. Either Widow's on the same side as me, there's no bells over there, or the ones where they're just dropping straight down. I can also parry pretty easily. Okay. It's definitely getting figured out, though. I should not have attacked right there. Okay, then we get to phase 2. You know, this boss fight weirdly reminds me a lot of, or makes me think of, a lot of the 9 Souls bosses. Which might be a little bit of a weird connection, or thing that I get, but I just get like 9 Souls boss vibes from Widow. Okay. Which is, I think, a little bit interesting. Let's not take a bunch of damage at the start of the phase. Okay, I can heal there. Ah, shoot. I need to read that attack better. Because, yeah, I just need to not get caught up in that attack. Because that is the dangerous attack for me. Then I can heal. And then just stay out of Widow's way. Yeah, stay out of the way of all of the things that'll deal damage. And just be patient. Okay, turns out that being patient helps. I'm holding the button that it told me to hold. Okay, apparently didn't register that I apparently need to spam it. Woo! Unfortunately, my model does not have a animation for throwing my hands up in the air in celebration. Found the ancestral art needlein. Play ancient melody by stringing silk along the needle. Silk will be expended, strike enemies to replenish silk. Yeah, we got it. I figured out how to get past it there. That was a surprisingly tricky boss fight, but also that was pretty fun. I liked that boss fight. I'm guessing we need to climb up? Yeah. Yeah, that was a pretty fun boss fight. I enjoyed that one. Yeah, I do think I enjoyed the Widow boss fight. Yeah, I've had the silk, now I have the song. Yep, I mean silk and song. And it opens the door. But yeah, that was a fun boss fight. I like I said, I even if I might occasionally seem like I'm getting a little bit frustrated at a boss fight, very rarely do I actually get frustrated at stuff. And I found that super enjoyable of a boss fight. Because actually required me to learn some stuff about the game. And get better. There are a lot of spiders in this area. I'm just trying to be careful to not, like, accidentally dash off a ledge. It's pretty hard for me to actually get angry at stuff. Because I'm generally extremely relaxed for, like, 99% stuff. Occasionally I get, like, a little frustrated at my own abilities to do stuff, but even then it's usually more in of a joke than seriously. If I want to hear the song for a long time, I can do it here. Could also just probably look it up. But yeah. Oh well. It's not horrible. I think the stream hat does have like a 10 or 15 second delay just based off of what I've been seeing from chat. But yeah. We have the song. And that means I think we get a damage upgrade. And the bell has been... The bell has been rung. Okay, that feels good to actually to make some like solid, tangible progress. And bench. Objective completed. I think that's the first time it's actually shown that when I've rung one of the bells. Is this a lever? Why does this shortcut matter given it's right there? Yeah, don't have the damage upgrade yet. But if it's unlocked, that means I can go get said damage upgrade. Ooh, and I can unlock an elevator? Yeah. The bell heart was, or bring bell heart, because I was told that if I do that, then I can get a damage upgrade. Okay, and I can sit at this bench also for no apparent reason. Speak. Welcome, welcome, weary pilgrim. Though glorious Bellheart may be past its finest shine, it still remains the last friendly stop before the citadel. All sorts of progress. It is the task of I, fair Pavo, to extend the warmest of welcome to those passing devout, such as your good self. Your town seems returned to healthy form, good bug. I had some concern that, upon cutting you free, I'd find only husks.
Modella.
Yes, well, many, most of our residents did not fare so well. Still, it's no good to dwell on dark things. We shall build, and grow, and welcome, as is any good bellbug's task. What do you remember of your time caught up on the thread, Pavo? Oh, it is difficult. Upsetting even to think. Strange, sad memories, not my own, and my own thoughts smothered amidst the tangle. If one could choose to connect themselves to something grander, that curse may seem a wonder. For myself, it now seems a horror.
Modella.
Welcome, welcome, travelers all. Rest your weary shell and revive your flagging spirit. Bellheart, glorious, gleaming, and very, very safe. Stay a while before you begin your final climb. I feel like it wasn't entirely safe because we had to kind of go save them. Ooh, what's this? Inspect. Oh, there's like lots of things. Can I just accept all of them? I think I can just accept all of them and maybe eventually complete some of them. Because I don't think these have time limits. As far as I'm aware. It's just slowly collect some stuff. Just all over the map. Gonna have to actually complete all of it at one point. Ooh, that's fun. Greetings, shopkeeper. It seems you've recovered well from that silken affliction. Well, I'm a cleaver bug. When that strange thread struck down from above, I shut up tight and huddled in my bell home. Might have been a problem for the others about here, but my store was flush with supplies, so no fear I'd go hungry. I don't think they have time limits. Your preparedness served you well then, although your store now seems quite bare. Ahem, yes, I'll admit. The wait was longer than I'd anticipated, and a bug has to eat. I'll have more to offer you once my courier turns up. No doubt he's been avoiding Bellheart since the curse set its sights upon us. He would have been wise to do so. If, on my travels, I happen upon the errant bug, I'll make sure to send him your way. Memory locket, rosary necklace. Okay, so you can get a couple of things there. Now I just gotta find where the nail upgrade is. Only one of the wishes ever has a time limit, aside from the obvious one. Yeah, I'm assuming that, like, most of them probably don't. Hi there. Nothing, not down there. Oh, there's something over here. Did I find this already? I don't think I did. I think I want to get the damage upgrade first. Wherever that is. Is it maybe up here? Oh yeah, there's like a lot of shops up here. What are you? What? Who is it? What have you got? What do you want? I am just a traveler, one hoping you were not too badly affected by the cursed snare set upon this town. What binds them outside means nothing to me. None of them have my keen sense, my respect for the past. You seem able, though. Sneaky, too. If you find any fine old stuff, anything with a history to it, bring it here. I'll take it. But what's this? I smell something on you right now. You have a relic for me. I'm gonna go with yes. Yes, this fits my collection well. Look then, look what I have. Because then I can at least maybe buy something. More then, bring me more relics of the past. Records, seals, idols. Let's gather up the history of the world and hoard it all here, nice and safe. If I happen upon more curiosities of this kingdom's past, I may visit again. Until that time, keep yourself safe. Yeah, we unlocked like a lot of stuff. Oh, is this the upgrade? By Claw. Are you then our savior in the shell, standing so calm and cool on the entrance to Pliny's bell home? Yeah, Pinmaster, so I'd guess yes. What clue, sir, tells of my pardon your town's liberation? Why, your blade, fierce warrior. Any fine Pinmaster would detect the sign of deadly work upon that needle's edge. Could go back to that guy in Hunter's March and buy his tools. 'Twas a vile curse that struck here. No simple bug, nor basic pin could have granted our release. No. That blade, though, so expertly clutched in claw, that could welly have met the task. It was you who cut us free. Yes? I'll grant you sharp sight, Pinmaster, and your saving is fortuitous. This blade that restored your town would now benefit from your service. Well, yes. I have a busy backlog of pins to tend, but your gracious heroism decrees that unique weapon receives my care this very moment. What to say I take a look? Yes! Yeah, the red tool he sells is very good against Savage Beast Fly 2. I can take a look at that one. I can go take a look at that one. I think I probably have enough. Probably have enough. Needle sharpened. Banava, it is done, brave warrior. By my expert claw, your strange blade has received some fast, sharp shine. It shall cut cleaner than ever before. Your efforts provide great aid, Pinmaster. You have my thanks. I'm assuming there's probably more upgrades I can probably get. I just need to know what I need to collect. Your skills are impressive. My needle sings from your care. But I must ask, can the blade be honed further? You seek further sharpening? Further than Pliny does provide? Impertinence. But maybe? But no. You hesitate? than it is possible. Are you incapable? Should I seek others within the kingdom? Wait, yes, seek not others, but an oil, fabled and fine. With it the citadel once brought gleaming edge and point to its pins. Though the citadel's pin masters are long past, some small store of that miraculous elixir may remain within its halls. Or even a meager drop pilfered and gifted upon Pliny, your blade could shine brighter still. Just know, dear friend, the veiled bugs would be oh so unkind to the thief who'd claim that fine prize for himself. Okay, so we can collect this at some point. Yeah, the tools that he sells are just very good in general. I will find the oil, Pin Master. My needle has seen much use in this cruel kingdom, and I suspect many more battles are due. I will value your further skills upon my blade. Yeah, pale oil instead of pale ore. It is a dangerous wish you accept of this poor Pin Master. I welly hope this one professional's desire does not cost you your life. Well, good thing if I die, I just respawn at a bench. Okay, that's actually pretty good. I think I'm a fan. Now the real question is, do I have enough rosary beads to unlock stuff? Because I think the red one was like 330. I'm also going to swap my crest back over to Reaper. I have to be sitting at the bench and not just standing in front of the bench. I'm going to switch back over to Reaper for the moment. Yeah, I think it was 330. But also there was whatever was down here that I had not... Well, watch me lose all my money immediately again, because that always seems to happen. Okay. I do still generally like Reaper here. Yeah, I do still generally like the Reaper attack. I mean, that is some money. Yeah, because Reaper I think is fun, but also apparently there's a face tank ability. Speak. What do you want, slave? Says the Bell Hermit. Slave. Slave? I am a traveler, stranger, not a slave. Exactly what a slave would say. Begone. How about no? Humph. The noise from above has returned. That pitiful clamor. The threads have been cut. It was you who cut them down. Do not deny it. Why should I deny it, sir? I severed the thread and defeated the creature guiding the curse upon the town. Are you displeased? Displeased? If I breathe, if I live, I am displeased. Only the dead are satisfied. You are a slave and a nuisance. Begone. I'll waste no more words on a slave. Begone. All right, then he doesn't seem very friendly. Oh, I found an item. Oh, I found some items. I also fell down further than I expected to. Silver bell. I think that's what was up above also. Silver bell. I think this was for one of those wishes I had promised. That I just randomly promised somebody. Yeah, I think I had promised somebody a wish to collect a bunch of bells. Yeah, to get off my lawn, man. Yep, that does seem to be his attitude. There was a bell to the right here. Oh, the poor enemy. You just like fell down right there. Okay, is there anything else useful down here? I did see that there was more pathway this way. Yeah, there was more pathway this way and more money. Where is that money going to fall, though, is the question. Just down here. That's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad of a spot. Yeah, the bell creatures are... all the bell creatures are just... A lot of the creatures in this game, really, though, are kind of just amusing to me. Because they all just, like, bounce around and whatnot. Hey, thanks for that best stream, White Soul. Oh, that's why he fell down. He was, like, jumping in towards me. Was this... I don't remember where I'm already lost. Yeah, I'm already lost, but I'm just going to keep wandering around and trying to not die and lose all my money. Would be, I think, the ideal. Sorry, I have to hit him for the healing. Because I think... Okay, I am taking way more damage than I probably should be to some of these enemies. Bellheart really is just built on a giant mountain of bells. I'm also about to die. Oh no. Oh no, I'm actually like about to die. Yeah, we say that as I'm dying actively with lots of rosary beads. So, yeah. Let's try to not lose them all. I was somewhere... Okay, I did learn a little bit. Oh, those big guys deal double damage. Oh, there's spikes there. Okay. Okay, we were like right at the start, which I guess is very lucky timing on... Yeah, I suppose that's some very lucky timing on exactly where I die. I'm sorry for attacking the bell bugs. I just wanted some health. Yeah, I just wanted some health from the bell bugs. Okay, and yeah, these bugs are so funny. Hey, we've got our rosary beads back. We're all good. Oh, does it not? Did I lose the bells when I died? Is that what happened? It is. Oh, that... Oh, no? Did they just respawn? Because there was a wish to gather 8 of them. Okay, because I can, like, go up and around and in circles and whatnot and try to find more. Or had I just not explored that area fully? That might actually be it. Yeah, that might actually just be it, is that I just hadn't picked those ones up yet. Even though I thought I had. Ah, well. Oh, these things respawn pretty quickly. I don't think I've been down here yet. Which is some form of exit. Okay, it's not a one-way drop. Oh, that's like an entire secret pathway to Bellheart. Oh, that's useful. That's a useful unlock, and I have 8 bells. So now I think I can just head back up. I think I can head back up to Bellheart and fulfill this random bug's wish to have a bunch of bells. Okay, let's climb up above the giant bug. And then I think it was just over here. Yeah. See, we're still alive. We're not dead yet. Yeah, everything is all going according to plan. And totally not improvised. It's totally not improvised. Okay. Turn in. Silver bells deposited. What does that get me? A rosary necklace. I think I actually have enough to go talk to the guy in Hunter's March if I don't die on the way over there. Hi there. Yeah, I still like the deep docks. I still like the deep docks. Fast travel station. Yeah, I still, because this I think is my best bet is to then kind of sneak up into the right into Hunter's March. Should get me somewhere useful. If I didn't miss my elevator again. Cause yeah, we do have another boss that was on the way. Or that we do have another boss that we were trying to fight. Oh, speaking of which, I no longer need my marker there. Because we have now beaten that enemy. Yeah, we have now beaten the enemy, so yep, and that's just right across this room to Hunter's March. And then just be careful traversing right across this room that we don't die to the bugs. Yeah, don't die to the bugs. Do I think I'll buy the simple key before or after beating the final boss? At this rate, probably after. Yeah, I know where the simple key is. And I know exactly where it gets used as well. That is exceptionally embarrassing. There goes. 300 rosary beads. Actually, it's not really there goes 300 rosary beads until I'm dead, because that's not actually a difficult spot to get back to. Yeah, because that's not at least a difficult spot to get to. But also, major whoops. Yeah, major whoops on actually dying to that enemy. Because it's not even a hard enemy to fight. Ah, well. But yeah, well, one day we will buy the simple key. Oh, does it not like that as an entrance? I think I have to take the right entrance. Which I think is in this room is where it is. Yeah. Because I was using this, because I used this bench. And still has a locked door. Okay. Because I can clamber back up. I'm trying to go shopping. Yeah, I'm trying to go on a shopping spree in Hunter's March. It was up and then left of the room up from the bench. Yeah, I mean, I could go buy the simple key. but I could also not. That'd actually probably make for a slightly amusing stream thumb or stream title. Okay, because it's somewhere over here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, here we go. Kamarak no kukri? Oh, those are actually way cheaper than I thought they were. For some reason, I thought they were like in the 300s and not like 1 and 200s. And I think I have a rosary necklace I could break to get both of them. Yeah. And then fractured mask. I don't know what either of these items do. Yeah, no clue what either item does. Okay. But hey, we bought the stuff. I'm not out of money this time. Yeah, not out of the money. This is still the funniest bench ever, just the way it attacks you. Okay, so arched sharp bone used by hunters to take down flying prey. Actually, I really like that one. I like the sound of that one. And then old bug's skull carved for protection. Shields against critical damage but shatters on impact. Does that prevent double damage for a hit? If I'm reading that right? That sounds like it would prevent double damage for a hit. Also, just with how much I like Thread, or with how much I like the Reaper Crest, I think I'm going to actually expand my Reaper Crest by 1. But yeah, that sounds like a pretty... Yeah, if it's a double damage hit, it'll block both. Oh, that's even better than I thought. And I was already liking it by just turning a double damage into a... Oh, I see what it's... I see how it works. So it just basically saves me from a last hit. If I press... Oh, that's also a pretty good little ability there. I think I like that. Yeah, I think I like those upgrades. Those were definitely worth it. And also, things should be a little bit easier now that we have a little bit more damage. I say as I then get trapped on the run back. Okay. I'm guessing that guy's a permanent feature of the run back now. That I just need to remember to actually jump over. Because I like how it just like replaces the map with whatever that it was. Okay, and then we can give it a couple more tries on Savage Beastfly, though. Are getting close to the 4-hour stream time. Yeah, we are getting close to the 4-hour stream time, so we'll give it a shot. We'll give it a couple of attempts here. But this, I think, is the next objective. Is to take out the Savage Beastfly and his friends. You know what? It would help if I didn't die, because dying is slightly bad for your health. You know, just slightly. Okay, yeah, that does exactly what I hoped it would do. Of those guys take one more. Could also upgrade curve car immediately if I want to go on a side quest. Might look into that next stream. I think I'm going to give the last couple minutes of stream just a couple of attempts of this boss. Yeah, I think I'm just going to give a couple of attempts at the boss right now and see how it goes. And yeah, that guy is definitely just a new feature of the run back. Easy to dodge, but still. Okay. I have a sneaking suspicion we're probably not beating Savage Beast Fly today, but it'll be a... But if we don't, it'll probably be a pretty early on next stream sort of boss. Gonna try to make sure gonna try to get 3 streams in next week, though I have to travel for work next week, so might only have time for 2 streams next week. One of which will definitely be Silksong, though, and one of which will definitely be Rain World. But I want to also try to maybe fit even like a shorter Ori stream in, if possible. We'll see. But my schedule next week is kind of all over the place. So I don't have a stream schedule figured out for next week yet, other than there will be at least a couple. Yeah, there will be a couple of streams next week. It's just a question of, shoot. Of exactly when I can even find time for that. Okay. Let's not die to... Ooh, we did make it to phase 3 that time, though. But we're getting there. We're figuring out the boss fight strategy. It would probably help if I actually used my trap and spells. You know, just like actually using all of my abilities instead of none of them. But details. Details. Details aren't that important. Okay, up here we go. Yeah, the bosses are definitely a lot trickier in Silksong than the ones were in Hollow Knight. Just in general. Which I think is probably a good thing. Because they're, for the most part, relatively enjoyable. Even if I spend a bunch of time getting bashed against, or getting bashed by the Savage Beast Fly. Yeah, that particular type of enemy is like the bane of my existence in this boss fight. But can't select the random number generator's enemy output. Whereas that one's like the easiest. Actually, I think that's the second easiest. I'm gonna go ahead and say that the enemies, or that the one on the ground is actually the easiest, because when he does his like ground slam attack here, he just automatically takes it out. Shoot. Okay. Give it like, I'm gonna say 3 for the attempt numbers, or 3 more attempts on stream today. So let's hope we beat it in 3. But I don't know if we will. Okay. And I suppose Yeah, I mean, Chapel of the Beast has a beast. That does track. Hi, beast fly. I can actually get like 1 or 2 hits off on him before the fight even starts. Okay. Then I still am slightly bad at pogoing. Yeah, still slightly bad at actually pogoing things. Ah, shoot. I gotta be more careful than that. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that blue one is actually a pretty nice little... I should really stop running into the enemy when it's not even attacking me. Okay. Yeah, I should really stop running into enemies that aren't even attacking me and just taking contact damage. I'm at least not instinctively trying to dodge through or dash through the enemies to dodge them right now. So I'll call that a win. Yeah, I'll call that a win at least. Because I'm pretty sure I did that for so long in Hollow Knight. Where I'd try to use dashing iframes to avoid taking damage. Which game doesn't have. Yeah, game doesn't have that. I do think I like the... I do think I like how they have it balanced around that sort of system. Oh, that was very not great. Okay, I'm not counting this as an attempt. I'm not counting that one as an attempt. So we're still at 2 more. Just because that was not even a solid attempt. Yeah, not that, because if it's not a solid attempt where I at least get a little bit into phase 2, not sure if I... Still getting there. Then I can just take or start dealing a bunch of damage. Okay, yeah, that when it's flying that far up, I can't really hit it. Okay. Ah. That slightly hurts. Okay. Come on. Do an attack of some variety. Thank you. I like how he's just like sitting in here when I'm not here, just bashing his head into the wall though. Oh, when it does a horizontal attack high up, try throwing my tool. I can try that. Oh, that does hit him. I guess it makes sense given it's basically a boomerang. I definitely should have taken damage there. Ah, that stings a little bit. But we're at least not in one-shot territory. Yeah, we're at least not in one, or I guess we kind of are in one-shot territory, and we died. That was a pretty good attempt, though. I'm not upset with that attempt. Because, I mean, still working on figuring out how to deal with at least parts of that phase. Okay, there we go. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go and see how it goes. But yeah, sweet spot, it'll deal damage for the entirety of the Beastfly's dash. That would do a lot of damage, wouldn't it? Does tool damage also get scaled now that I've gotten a, like, just normal damage upgrade? Or needle damage upgrade. I don't know if the tools damage got scaled also. Okay, I mean, not taking damage is, I think, still more ideal than dealing damage. Because you can't deal damage when you're dead. Oh, that is not a great spot to be in. Ah. Ooh. Yeah. Tool damage scales separately, mostly bond shops. Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's probably where I'm going to call the stream, though, also. With that attempt. We'll be more Silksong. Not my last time playing Silksong. We'll beat the boss, just I'm out of time for the day. So, yeah, that was fun. We did make some tangible progress. We also got sent to jail, apparently. So, you win some, you lose some. But yeah, thanks for stopping by the stream, everybody. All the like, comment, subscribe stuff that YouTube likes so it doesn't banish me to the shadow realm of the algorithm. And yeah, I'll hopefully have next week's schedule posted no later than like Monday-ish. My schedule next week's a little bit chaotic, so it's gonna be a little bit delayed. Not gonna be on Saturday this week, but hopefully earlier rather than later. And yeah, hope everybody has an absolutely wonderful rest of the day and or night or whatever time of day it is for you. And yeah, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Bye bye.